I'm hoping that some of this insight or some of these tips will help you a little bit and make your life a little bit easier. Let's get the quick ones out of the way. Starting off with number 1, you don't need primed mods. Now I know that seems rather obvious or seems like a stupid tip, but the honest truth is you don't need primed mods. They are nice to have, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. I use my prime mods because I have them and I have them at my disposal, so it's cool to show you guys what the builds will do at max, potential essentially, but you don't need them. So don't beat yourself up. Don't try and grind your life away to get the prime mods. When you get a chance to get them, then go for them, but they're not a must-have when it comes to making your builds powerful. The only prime mods that I would say are worth getting faster than others, if I have to think off the top of my head, would be your Warframe prime mods. So primed continuity, prime flow, those two are what I would like to say are the important ones, I guess, but even then, it's not the end of the world if you don't have them. Your builds will still run perfectly fine. It's why I always say in all of my guides and, when I show builds, I say you don't need prime mods because they are not that important, but they're nice to have and they do increase the effectiveness on your builds. But if you build correctly, you won't really notice the difference. Number 2. Most weapons and warframes use majority Madurai polarity. This is actually something that I wish someone told me. I mean, as someone who has a lot of former invested, as you can see here, like each of these warframes are 8-7 former for each of them, and they just go down to pretty much every single warframe. Let's not get started on the weapons as well. I have a lot of former invested into all types of weapons in this game, and there is one thing that I've noticed very, very clearly across the board for all weapons and warframes is most builds require around 3 to 4 Madurai polarity slots, then 1 Naramon and 1 Vazarin. So here's my advice for you. If you're wanting to build anything in Warframe and you got to former it a couple times because you want to go max investment into it, generally speaking, a safe bet is going for 3 Madurai, 1 Naramon, and 1 Vazarin. That should see you through. Maybe some builds will require an extra former or 2, but that depends how much you're going into it and how much you're trying to min-max it. Just to make your life easier, just follow the 3 Madurai, 1 Vazarin, 1 Naramon slot. Some builds don't require a Naramon, so if you're worried that, you might make a mistake, then go for 4 Madurai and 1 Vazarin and you should be good. It is case dependent. Some weapons require different polarities of mods and so on, but for the most part, you should be safe with that. Number 3, diminishing returns on damage scaling. I'm sure many of you have heard this with any modding guide and so on. Basically, in a nutshell, all you need to know is diminishing returns means you're going all in on one stat. Modding for just pure damage in this game does not necessarily mean you make or do the most amount of damage. In fact, you get diminishing returns if you do so. A while ago, I made a mini series on how to mod absolutely anything in this game, and one of the examples that I'd used was from a forum post a while ago, and it is one of the best analogies to think about modding in Warframe. Think of modding as layers. You have damage, fire rate, multi-shot, elements. They're all layers. Each layer will multiply with each other. Whereas if you go too much on one layer, they are adding with each other. Of course, the math actually doesn't work out like that, but you get what I'm trying to explain. Use everything at your disposal. Bit of damage, multi-shot, status chance, fire rate, elemental damage, all of this combined to deal a lot more damage. I will say though, multi-shot is one of the craziest stats in the game unless you're growing an acuity setup, but for the most part, multi-shot is by far one of the craziest damage increases in this game because you have multiple hits per shot and you have multiple chances to proc status effects. Yeah, it's insane. Point is, you don't have to go all in on flat damage. Using an arcane that has flat damage means that's your flat damage scaling. Don't put flat damage in your build, and vice versa. If you're using an arcane that doesn't increase your base damage, then use base damage through your actual modding or the build itself. Of course, there are some weapons and some setups that do require you to go all in on damage because you get so much more from it. I'm not saying that all of them apply, but I'm saying for the most part, most weapons and so on don't need so much damage. This also bleeds into Warframe building. You see, when it comes to Warframes, a lot of people think you got to go all in on that strength, just strength, strength, strength for maximum damage of abilities. Well, yes, you can absolutely do that. By all means, go for it. I have some builds that I just say go all in on strength. But for the most part, I find myself dropping a little bit of strength in order to get better energy sustain or more survivability or more efficiency so that I don't have to worry about running out of energy the whole time. The way I've always built anything in this game is to be as balanced as possible and have an enjoyment factor out of it. It's one thing to have a 600% ability strength build for a Warframe that does so much damage in one ability, but I can barely stay alive or I can barely cast it because the energy efficiency is just so bad. Same thing with a weapon. If I know that this weapon is going to do so much more damage if I put this mod on, but the reload speed is absolutely atrocious, then I'm going to just rather go for reload speed because I probably would do more than enough damage as is. Which leads me on to the next point, which is sometimes removing some damage and putting utility in is one of the best things that you can do for this game. Whether that's amalgam mods or whether that's reload speed, better magazine capacity, Exilus mods that increase projectile speed of certain weapons with slow projectile speed, Warframe mods that will provide better quality of life. There are so many ways to go about it, but the point I'm trying to make with these multiple points is don't go all in on one specific thing. Try and use everything. This does lead me on to the next point, which is more focusing on weapons for this modding tip. Sometimes you actually don't need to mod for multiple elements. Let me explain. I'm sure many of you have seen from my builds or anyone else, and many people do build like this in general, will say go for a corrosive heat setup, go for a viral electricity setup. The thing is, that takes up 3 mods in order to get that dual element setup on your weapon. Sometimes, if you can outsource corrosive or viral using a companion or a primer with a pistol or whatever it is, and then actually just going for, let's say, pure heat or pure electricity, allowing you to have 2 extra mod slots to increase its effectiveness or make the weapon feel a hell of a lot better with utility mods, makes the weapon 10 times better. Seriously, this is something that I learned, and I have always gone for this the whole time. I always used to think, oh, you gotta go corrosive heat, viral, or whatever. No, you can sometimes just go one element and you're fine. Which leads me on to the next point. Use whatever element you want to use, whether or not it's good for the faction or not. Unless you're really struggling with damage, if you find that you're not struggling with damage at all, try out that element that you enjoy. Maybe you love blast, maybe you love gas and you want to learn how to min-max gas. Go for it. That's the fun of Warframe. A lot of people fall into the trap that you have to go the usuals, corrosive heat, viral electricity, or viral heat. Whatever the options are. But my point is you don't have to do that. If you do more than enough damage and you're killing things instantly and you really like radiation, go for it. No one is stopping you. Enjoy it. Radiation is a fantastic crowd control status effect because it confuses all the enemies around you. If you really like magnetic, which by the way is extremely powerful, then go for it. It's incredibly powerful against overguarded enemies or shielded enemies, and you get electricity out of it too. I will stick to what I've always said through the years of playing Warframe and making content on it. Play what you enjoy, try out different things, and I promise you, you're going to enjoy the game way more that way. One of my favorite elements to go for nowadays is either gas or blast. I don't know why, just lately I've been enjoying them. And that is why I like to make blast builds all the time. And that's also why I like to sneak in a few gas builds here and there. Moving on to my next point, which is learning how to properly prime enemies. Now, I think a common misconception in this game is that priming means, oh, it's only for condition overload scaling, which by the way is actually the point we're going to talk about in a bit. But actually, no. You see, priming has more than just condition overload. overload scaling. It's its main use, make no mistake, but priming is actually applying certain status effects that are going to make your life easier or benefit you in some way externally. For example, most primer builds will have radiation, electricity, they'll have viral or corrosive or anything like that. All of those are combined. Viral will allow you to do more damage over time and also more damage to the target. Corrosive will partially armor strip, making it easier for you to kill the target. Radiation will distract the enemies nearby. Electricity will stun them. Priming is incredibly powerful because you can actually crowd control, deal more damage, and make your weapons extremely powerful before you've done anything else, before you've casted an ability. That's how strong priming actually is. My favorite elements to prime with is the usuals, which is cold, electricity, it could be heat as well if you don't have heat on your build, and viral and corrosive. You pair those together, obviously not all at once. If you can, that'd be great. But if you pair all those together, you don't have to worry about much in this game. You're going to walk through it. Of course, that leads me on to condition overload scaling, which, as we know, most of the time, end game builds, steel pass builds as a whole, will usually use condition overload scaling. That is these fancy mods right here: galvanized aptitude, galvanized shot, galvanized savvy. All of these mods will increase the amount of damage you deal to targets with more status effects that are primed onto them. Using a companion like the Doriga, whether it's the Hound with synergized prospectus, or if you're using a secondary that is a primer or a primary weapon as a primer like the Cedo, it's incredibly important to utilize condition overload scaling if you're wanting to do a lot of damage. It is the hard carry of this game. I recently mentioned that I'm actually getting tired of condition overload scaling, but I won't deny that it's literally the way to get like those crazy damage numbers that you see on all of YouTube. That's where it comes from. Without it, yes, you'd still do damage, and certain weapons don't need it, of course, but it's where the majority of weapons are scaled. So if you're someone who wants to use a weapon that is not necessarily a meta weapon and kind of struggles, then if you put condition overload mods onto it, then suddenly it's a hell of a lot better. Overall, condition overload scaling or condition overload mods is something that should not be ignored. And of course, there are some weapons that have multiplicative condition overload scaling, which means they do a hell of a lot more damage, which is great. Well, the next point of this video is using external sources for layering and using all the tools that are available to you. There are many builds that I showcase and when I play the game that without all the external things, it would not be nearly as powerful as what it is and what I'm showcasing. For example, I am a huge advocate for the Grimoire. It's a secondary weapon that is a utility weapon and allows you to get invocation mods that make your Warframes incredibly powerful by giving you extra ability strength, ability duration, and so on. I also always use the Praedos as a stat stick to move around, giving you more parkour velocity, more sprint speed, and so on. We also have melee careen on your melee weapon, which can be put on the Praedos as well, which inherently just gives you free frozen enemies every time you roll. I love to use amalgam barrel diffusion, which is faster rolling speed, which then pairs with the parkour velocity, which makes you move a hell of a lot more. I'll use mods like synth deconstruct so that equilibrium works a hell of a lot better on our Warframes. I literally carry this or use this mod on every single build that I do. It never leaves. This allows your companions to have a higher chance to drop health orbs when you kill an enemy. I use things like coolant leak, which will give you a cold blast if you wanted to. There are things like tenacious bond, not to mention all the other bond mods that also provide bonuses for you. There are so many layers in this game and it is incredibly important for you to use all of them. You also have your operator arcanes. You also have your focus school that also will give you massive buffs as well that you can utilize to keep yourself alive. You can get more armor, you can get more ability strength, more casting speed, all these things that you just need to use in your day-to-day missions. And when you build your entire loadout, that comes together to make your build super powerful. Of course, you can chop and change to what you need in the moment, but for those who do not know, it's important to understand that a lot of the builds that you see from me and anyone else, they're not just using the weapon. They have a whole bunch of external sources that are layered on top of each other to make the build that strong. It is one of the upside and downside of Warframe when it comes to modding and creating loadouts, because it's not just you just need this weapon and you just need this Warframe and you're good to go. Most things require a hell of a lot of prep behind in order to get it to where you want to be at maximum efficiency. Not to say that all of it or all of them are like that. It's for the most part it is. The upside of this is it allows you to min-max. It allows you to push a build further, a loadout further by using Archon shards and grinding for all those things to get that maximum efficiency that you're looking for, and you have to work for it, which is a good thing. For the last tip for today's video, just have fun, guys. Honestly, try out the randomest Warframe, the randomest weapon, even if it's considered ass. Just give it a try, have fun, play around with the builds, and enjoy the game for what it is. Warframe becomes very easy later on in the game when you have the correct tools, which allows you to create whatever you want to create. That is the beauty of this game. I've always said that once you get to a certain point in this game, it's no longer a grind. It has been quite some time since I've done a top 10 Warframe list, and I honestly love doing these from time to time. As per usual, with all of these types of videos, this is my list, just because I have not mentioned your favorite Warframe. How do we mod a weapon? Well, as a beginner or someone who has gathered their first bunch of mods, there is an order of importance for how you want to mod your weapons to do more, which will increase your base. And next is your favorite turtles in shells are joining the world of Dominion. And trust me when I turtles in Dominion and time. Claim. So what are you waiting for? Don't to be brief and quick, so stick with me as this topic actually deserves its own video. In Warframe, you have base damage mods like Serration and Hornet Strike, which will increase your base damage. You have crit mods that increase your crit chance as well as your crit damage. You have fire rate, multi-shot, elemental mods, and Banes, which will drastically increase your damage over time effects, as Banes are a faction damage multiplier that double dip on the damage over time effects against said faction. There are a few other special mods, which are utility mods that lower reload times, give you more ammo, and increase your status damage, and so on. All of these mods will contribute to you dealing more and more damage. And when it comes to the elements on your weapons, we have to pay close attention to the weightings. Now, what are weightings, you may be asking? In Warframe, these numbers that you see here on the left with the elements on said weapon are not actually the amount of damage that it will deal. It's actually a weighting. meaning the higher number, the higher the weighting, meaning the higher chance to proc said element when you proc a status effect. This can be seen by hovering over the status chance section on your weapon, and here you will clearly see the weightings of each element. So what exactly does this all mean? There are certain elements that have a damage over time status effect. Slash applies bleed, toxin, electricity, and heat. These elements don't cap at 10 stacks or less than 10 stacks, so if you are modding around these elements, you need to make sure that these elements are always highest, as you don't want impact or puncture to be the highest weighting when modding for elements on your builds, because they only cap at 5 stacks. Many builds make use of damage over time status effects that don't cap at 10, pairing with another element like viral and such that will boost the damage over time. I wanted to cover this early as it's a very important mechanic which often people don't realize or overlook, and this applies to late game players as well. With all of this in mind, how do we mod a weapon? Well, as a beginner or someone who has gathered a weapon, which multiplier and 14% status chance. It deals impact, puncture, and slash. It has decent fire rate but a slow reload. So the way we would go about modding it is as follows. Flat damage, which will be serration. Flat damage in the start chart is super important and of course increases your base damage and of course will be one of your biggest damage increases in the early game. I would then add crit chance, which will be point strike, vital sense for crit damage, and then I would go for fire rate, which will be speed trigger. Fire rate is a huge DPS increase because, well, you're firing faster, meaning you kill quicker. Then I would add multi-shot, which is called split chamber. Multi-shot is incredibly important in this game. What does it do? Multi-shot increases the amount of hits you deal per shot. So if your weapon has 2 multi-shot, when you shoot 1 bullet, it will do 2 instances of damage and will scale accordingly. Not only that, each instance of damage will have its own chance to proc a status effect. So it is a huge damage increase overall. Multi-shot is big and I would not ignore it. Now this alone in the early game is very good. Literally just 5 mods. Now you will generally get split chamber a bit later as you progress in the start chart, so you mainly want to focus on the other mods and then add in multi-shot when you get the respective mods or if you have enough capacity. Okay, so this is a nice little half build here. What do we do with the rest of the open mod slots? Here is where the beauty of Warframe comes in. Whatever you bloody want. Well, to some extent, of course. In the start chart, the enemies are a lot easier to kill in Steel Path. So you can actually get away with these 5 damage increasing mods and then having 1 or 2 utility mods and the damage will be more than enough. Well, remember when I mentioned that the reload speed for the Boltor is slow? You can easily just use fast hands, which will increase our reload speed. This is dependent on the weapon, of course, but in the Boltor's case, it really helps and makes the weapon feel so much better. If you feel the projectile speed is too slow, you can even add in a projectile speed increasing mod as well. These are things that just increase the quality of life of the weapon when using it. But let's say you don't want that. Let's just say now you want to go pure damage. What's next? Well, this is where you can start looking at elemental mods. Elemental mods will add an element to your weapon while increasing the damage overall. So the question you're probably asking as a new player is, what element? Well, if you are low on mod capacity, which you most likely will in the early game, as you're not going to be able to make maxed out builds with maxed out mods because you simply don't have the capacity. Unless you put a catalyst on the weapon and potentially add 1 or 2 form. A good starting element, just add flat heat. Heat is a nice all-round element as it applies a dot effect, as well as staggering enemies while briefly reducing their armor by 50%. Otherwise, if you do have the mod capacity, you can run elements that work well against the respective faction. All of Warframe's elements are strong and weak against different factions. Heat is strong against the Infested and weak against the Kuva Grenier. Electricity is strong against the Corpus Amalgam and the Murmur, and so on. All you need to do is, if you want to find out what element is good against what, you can hover over the element in game when you put it on a weapon, or you can quickly look it up on the wiki. However, just because an element is good or bad against a faction does not necessarily mean you have to run that exact element that is stronger against the faction you are fighting against every time. Now this may be confusing, I know, but this is because if your weapon does more than enough damage as is and you decide to mod for a different elemental combo that is not necessarily strong against the faction that you are fighting against, but you are still killing easily, then that's fine. For example, corrosive lowers enemies' total armor, and heat does the same with a damage over time effect. Both of them do it temporarily, but because their armor is lowered, it allows you to do more damage against enemies. So corrosive heat is really good to use against any enemy who has armor. And heat applies ignite onto enemies, which is a damage over time effect. This heat damage over time is scaled based on the amount of armor an enemy has. So the less armor they have, the more damage it will do over time. But if your weapon does more than enough damage, you can effectively run this with any faction you would like. If you're running a viral slash build, which is a very good combo to go, as slash is a damage over time effect that ignores armor, and viral, which will increase the bleed ticks from your slash procs, which will mean even more damage. If your slash procs are strong enough, then this can technically work against any faction. Now please don't hear what I'm not saying when it comes to running different elements. There are certain times where a weapon will need the respective elemental combo against a certain faction to make it feel a lot better when fighting them. Or, in some cases, a weapon has an innate element, meaning you will have to build around that and you may not necessarily get the elemental combo that you want. My point is, modding for the respective faction is and always will be a good thing, but it does not mean you have to do it for every weapon and all the time. But you can play around and build to what you like. This is something I cannot stress enough to newer players and veterans. This game is not tied to a certain meta or element. Have your fun, play your game and mess around. Find what you like and stop blindly following YouTubers' builds. Yes, that includes me. I like to give builds as frameworks so you understand how to mod yourself and give you the flexibility to change it up. If you find that you absolutely love gas as an element, then build accordingly to that. Learn gas, learn how to mod it, learn how to make it do the most amount of damage, and have fun with it. Now, with all of this info I just slammed in your noggin, let's summarize this so it all makes sense. All you need to remember as a star chart player is this order: base damage, crit chance, crit damage, fire rate, multi-shot. Then we move into the flexible if you have enough mod capacity, like elemental mods or utility mods. But the reality is, in Star Chart, the likelihood of you having the capacity to run a full build and also forming a weapon multiple times is very unlikely. So follow the first few mods and then fill in when you have the capacity available. Please, 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 please max your mods in the Star Chart. However, you do not need to max out Serration. A rank 6 to 8 Serration is perfect in the Star Chart. You do not need to max it to 10. It is very expensive. But the lower rank mods, you need to 100% max rank them, as they are worth it in every way. It is far better to have a build in the Star Chart with 4 or 5 mods with maxed mods versus all the mod slots filled with half ranked mods. Remember that. Now there are a few more points to touch on before we go into Steel Path players. The first point being how to mod weapons with innate elements. This means the weapon will come with, let's say, heat or electricity and so on. Let's use the Ignis as an example. The notorious flamethrower of Warframe. It has innate heat, so you can keep the exact same framework we used earlier, making use of the first few layers I explained, and then for the flexible you can honestly go full heat, you can go Banes, you can go Elementalist, or you can go corrosive heat too, or even viral heat, whatever you want. As long as you feel you're doing enough damage, then that's perfect. It's pretty straightforward. The next thing is, what happens if a weapon has really low crit and very high status chance? Weapons like the Kuva Nucor. Well, if this is the case, then all you do is focus more on the status chance and the status, so you can make use of elemental mods to build onto this. It's best to mod for an element that doesn't cap at 10 and of course is a damage over time effect, utilizing a bunch of status chance to apply a stupid amount of dot procs onto enemies. But again, I want to reiterate, you can also go for crit, even though the crit chance is so low. See if you prefer a flat status chance build or mix even a crit chance with some status chance, even if the crit chance scaling is low. In the Nucor's case, it isn't bad going for crit chance even though it's so low, contrary to what people would often tell you about low crit and high status chance weapons. So I've mainly spoken about primaries and briefly mentioned the Nucor now, which is a secondary. You are probably asking, what about secondaries, Flo? Guess what? It's the exact same framework. There are different mods for pistols, to be fair, but the framework stays the exact same. There are mods like Lethal Torrent and so on, which you must absolutely use in some of your pistol builds in the Star Chart if you have that mod, but I don't need to repeat myself here for secondaries. Just know it's the exact same thing. One last thing before we move on to people transitioning over into Steel Path. The idea of diminishing returns in Warframe. Now, I am going to grossly oversimplify this term because, well, this video will go on forever and I still have so much to talk about. In short, diminishing returns in Warframe is a result of you modding too much into the same thing. If you mod too much into flat damage with Serration and let's say heavy caliber, then yes, it may seem like you're getting a huge damage increase with the 330%, but the scaling will actually not be as high as you think. Now, why am I talking about this specifically? Because it ties into the framework I explained earlier. Think of modding in Warframe as layers. Damage is one, multi-shot is one, crit chance, crit damage, speed, elemental are all layers. Too much of one layer is additive with each other. Mixing in all of the layers will multiply with each other. So it's important not to mod for one layer the whole time. Thank you, Oni Gannon, for using this analogy 9 years ago on the Warframe forum. It's such a nice analogy to describe it. A quick disclaimer, this is a huge oversimplification of diminishing returns in the context of Warframe, so please take that explanation with a pinch of salt. There are a lot of videos out there from other amazing YouTubers who explain this way better than I have if you want to deep dive into this topic. And to be truly honest with you, for the most part, this shouldn't be a problem to the majority of players. But I did want to mention it. Alright. That concludes the beginners and the early game players. Now, let's finally talk about those of you who are transitioning into Steel Path and also players who are in the late game of Warframe who want to better their builds. Firstly, right off the bat, in Steel Path, you drop Serration and Hornet Strike. We drop our base damage mods because your main goal is to farm these Steel Path arcanes, mainly Primary Merciless, Deadhead, and Dexterity, as well as the respective secondary versions. These will be our base damage scalers and better ones than Serration and so on. Please only drop these mods when you actually farm the arcanes and have a max rank of them, and then place them onto your builds. Now, you can either farm these arcanes or you can farm up a bit of platinum and buy them max rank. A max rank Merciless and so on is actually really cheap as well. So many Steel Path players just have a bunch of them lying around. This is up to you. Up next, we have our galvanized mods. These are farmed through arbitrations. I always get asked on live streams, how do I do more damage when transitioning to Steel Path? And the answer is, your Steel Path arcanes like Merciless and Deadhead, and then galvanized mods. More specifically, the multi-shot one is a huge damage increase. The crit and status chance increase galvanized mods like Scope and Aptitude are used in some cases for weapons, but not always. By the time you have reached Steel Path, you would have gathered quite a few mods that are useful for everyday builds. And guess what? The framework I explained in the beginner section is pretty much the same with a few tweaks. The only thing that's different is instead of Serration, we use an Arcane, and instead of 1 or 2 utility mods, if you see fit, we focus on more damage. Depending on the weapon and how good the base damage is by itself, you can use one utility mod in your Steel Path builds and get away with it. So the order now is multi-shot, crit chance, crit damage, fire rate, elemental, and a bane if need be, or if you're using the respective elements, the new elementalist mod are really handy to slot in for your last mod. In Steel Path, for the most part, you would run a status build that has a damage over time effect. It's not always the case, as there are many weapons and builds that utilize just flat damage and let's say armor stripping with your frame and so on, but for the most part, damage over time effects are in most Steel Path builds. When it comes to elemental mods, when I personally mod for elements, let's say a corrosive heat setup for example, I use the 60/60 mods for corrosive and then something like Hellfire to increase our heat weighting. In fact, what I generally like to do, which I know some people find weird, is run an unranked 60/60 mod for toxin and electricity to further lower the corrosive weighting, allowing the heat to be higher. This applies for other elemental combos too. And this ties into what I spoke about in the beginning of the video regarding the weightings of status effects in Warframe, and which is why I mentioned it early on. However, if you would like to mod a maxed out 60/60 mods for your elemental combos to gain that extra status chance, then by all means go for it. You won't notice
This entire video is going to be based around the in-depth things, everything you should know about Cascade if you are an in-depth player, meaning you are not just getting into it. We have a video on that before. The video will be in the description. However, this is going to be the in-depth side of things, the small things that add up to making runs quicker, making runs better, more profitable, all that kind of stuff. So first, a refresher on why we run Cascade and why this video is necessary. We run Cascade because it's the most profitable platform in terms of boss fur. The reason we run Cascade is so that we can get arcanes. Arcanes drop from Thrax. When you kill a Thrax, there is a small chance to get arcane drops. And then you can also have that boosted by playing in Sealed Path, and then also having a mod drop chance booster on top of that. Barrow brings it. You can get it from the calendar. You can get it from a plethora of things. We explained this in the last video. However, that is why we run Cascade. And then you turn the arcanes into Phosphor, and you make them into Eidolon arcanes, the Diri arcanes, Necrolisk arcanes, all that kind of stuff. It's very good for Platinum. It is also a engaging and active kind of game mode, and that is why we run it as well. There's pretty much no downtime whatsoever. That being said, let's hop into it. How to roll tiles. This is a very asked thing on my stream. A lot of people do not understand how to roll tiles. Essentially, what you want to do is you want to look for a 5 tile. As you can see on screen, this is Hangar or Bay. If you get this in a run, ideally you stay. What you don't want is all 3 of the exact same rooms, which is like a 3, a 3, a 3. And what that means is there's 3 exo spawns in each of those rooms. You do not want that, because then it will make your Cascade run take an extra up to 20 to 40 minutes. You want to be in and out. You want to min-max the parts where you can make plat. More exos that spawn mean more Thrax, which means more arcanes. Ideally, this is what you want to run. You want to run a 5, 4, and 3. It doesn't really matter the order. However, 5, 4, 3 is the ideal tile set for a Cascade Fisher run. You can see those on screen at the moment. A 4, 3, 3 will work. You can see that on screen as well. A 3, 3, 3 is borderline unplayable. It's just not worth it. You want to run a Fisher. A Fisher adds 15 seconds every single time you pop one. That time adds up as you pop 27 relic over the span of a specific time. 27 relics, you're adding just there alone about 10 minutes. So you want to min-max the time as much as possible. Best operator arcanes, in my opinion, is Emergent Savior and Magus Cloud. Magus Cloud, what it'll do is it'll allow you to clear all the tiers in the exo very, very quickly. You don't have to shoot them. You don't have to do anything like that. You just hold your invis, which is control, or you hold your crouch button, whatever it is on controller, and then you dash through them. It'll clear most of them, and then you just shoot the last one. Now, Savior is so that if you are in your operator, if you do take lethal damage, you will not die, and you will have like a time period where you're invulnerable, and you can actually stay alive to get your exo cleared. When to rotate and when not to rotate. This is a very, very big thing. A lot of people, even some experienced people, don't understand. Essentially, you have 2 attackers, you have 2 defenders. The first attacker will go to the next exo at all times. The second attacker will come to the next room when there's only 1 to 2 exos left in the room that the squad is currently in. The flex defender, which is the second defender, will go to the next room when there's 1 exo left. And the final defender will leave when there's about 10 seconds left on your exo, because it takes a minimum of 10 seconds for a Thrax to recover an exo. So you want to make sure you're getting there. You want to make sure you're rotating. Otherwise, spawns won't be as good, which means reactment won't be as good, which means less relics pop, which also means less profit. Nobody wants that, right? How to clear exos faster. It goes kind of hand in hand with the operator arcanes. You want to essentially get into the habit of double void slinging, because not only will this proc onslaught and all these other things that it'll proc, but it'll also pop the tiers in a quicker fashion. And then if you void sling twice, you also get sling strength. So if you're planning to pop an ability immediately after clearing an exo, you can also get sling strength. You can also get the casting speed from Madurai, just from going into your operator, all that kind of stuff. You always want to be slinging twice. It's a very healthy thing to get into. Bugging an exo happens when you're in a relic or in a Fisher run of Cascade. If there's a timer on your screen for the countdown for the relic, if you clear an exo at that time and don't actually get to like shoot the exo itself to make the Thrax spawn, it will glitch the exo and you will not be able to clear this exo for the rest of the mission. This is a current bug. I will keep it updated in the description in the event it does get fixed. However, I doubt we'll get it fixed. So just make sure whenever the fellow on the right starts talking, just make sure you don't clear an exo. Just leave it. It's fine. You'll lose like 2 seconds, if that. It's not really a big deal. Just don't clear the exo, otherwise you will glitch it. Enemy density and like all that kind of stuff is really coming down to your host. If your host has high FPS or is like has a PC or anything like that, they're gonna have more spawns. But if everybody is separated and not paying attention to where they're at on the map, you'll have significantly less spawns. And what you want to do is you want to leave some corrupted. So like, let's say you just popped your relic and there's a bunch of new corrupted up. You can kill those. That's fine. It's not a huge deal. However, if you popped your relic like a minute or two ago and there's a bunch of corrupted, don't kill them. Let them stay until your relic pops so that you can get the 10 reactant really, really quick in the next round so that you're not worrying too much about it. The profitability in actually doing arcanes, just based off current prices right now, Eidolon's is really, really bad, but we'll go off of Deviri because it's really, really good. Araxia just released. Primary Blight is at a very good spot. So let's say you run 20 runs. Essentially, you get about 1,000 roughly, not exact, 1,000 roughly Vosper per run. That means you have a
that you gotta make me freeze. Reasons that you gotta make me
I can't remember what my operator used to look like, but now she looks like this. I can't remember what my operator used to look like, but now she looks like this.